Good evening and welcome. So, it's Wednesday, midweek madness here with a little bit more Factorio. Yeah, so I think it will be continuing from our last episode on Sunday, or last stream on Sunday, where we completed more or less the hub, and I still have some polishing to do on my own before the video tomorrow. And then we'll be sort of today working on what is the next step. How do we make oil, red circuits, plastic, sulfur, sulfuric acid, that kind of thing. how do we organize that in a meaningful way in this space? I don't know. We'll see. So that's that's gonna be the next challenge. Yeah, and unfortunately, well, not unfortunately for me, but tomorrow there'll be no stream, so we'll be back on Sunday. Gonna be taking a little bit of extended break. Hold on. Oh yeah, I do have plans on Saturday. Yeah. So yeah, so unfortunately Thursday, Friday and Saturday I take time off, and that means we're back on Sunday with more Factorio. So it's kind of a lot of Factorio. Tomorrow is also the release date of Assassin's Creed something, Ninja something, and I'd love to play it. We're going to start playing it Monday next week, and then have that as our probably main game until we complete it. It's one of those games where once you get started on, you really want to sort of progress with it. Or if we don't like it, we're not going to play it. I don't know. We'll see. So that's the plan. And then we'll just sort of glide along until the next big thing comes along. So if you see something upcoming that you think would be interesting, then by all means let us know. And I'm talking about new releases or updates, major updates to games that we've already played. Then I'm definitely curious about it, or some other game that's upcoming and could be interesting. But we're not going to be diving into old games that we haven't tried yet, because if I haven't tried them when they were new, then they're not going to be suddenly turned interesting at this point. I think so. But that's fine. Was the 20th of May was Captain of Industry, which I think is looking nice. Any news on Satisfactory? I don't think so. No random videos, or I checked Steam and there were no updates, so nothing about 1.1 for Satisfactory, or 2.1 for Factorio for that matter. I don't think 2.1 for Factorio is going to bring much in terms of sort of, oh my god, it changes everything, but more like, man, that was about time they fixed it, or something along the lines. What else? Yeah, well, we have Captain Industry with Dyson Sphere. We have, there was this Anno game that's coming out sometime later this year. So we do have some things on the horizon, or maybe even Valheim at some point. And then, of course, there's also the opportunity that some new game comes in and just blows us away. That's always likely. So, or there's always opportunity for that. Yeah. I think so. Anything else going on? Anything exciting that we need to dive into? But before we jump into Factorio, it's they released a teaser trailer for Satisfactory 1 a couple of days ago. Oh, they did. Oh, okay. Okay, is it the usual kind of teaser trailer where it's only if you spend like 1,000,000 hours rewatching and frame by frame, then in the background you can see some little knob that's kind of new and maybe that's hint of a new building, or is it actually showing something? Is it something where you go like, ooh, that's interesting, or it's more like, yeah. It's more than the short teaser. Ah, okay. All right, okay. I haven't checked that out. But I haven't checked it out because I don't have high expectations. I've been watching your YouTube for a while. It's my first time here. Everyone, welcome. Tracy, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining. And I don't know. I don't know about the thing is with Satisfactory is that I find it difficult for me to do another playthrough from scratch, and I also find it kind of pointless to do a continued playthrough from where we left off. kind of, yeah, it's kind of a little bit of a catch-22 there or something, where like, on the one hand, it's we want something new, but on the other hand, I don't want something new. So, let's see. So, I thought there was something else. Like, it was Captain. Oh yeah, Shapes 2 is also sort of on the docket before the summer vacation, and then there's Night Rain, Elden Ring Night Rain, which may be and may not be something. Then and some photo mode options. Woohoo! My screenshot.mods looks nice, but nothing game changing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so basically just signaling that the development for Set Factory is over. It would be nice, like, if I was running this thing, I would say, and if they want to make a DLC, which I hope they will, because it would make sense, and Set Factory is a commercial success, and now they have the engine, and they have everything, and there's definitely enough room to build stuff, and it performs well enough that it's only, like, a few people who will actually see significant performance issues. So they can definitely add more stuff to it. It's not like the engine is collapsing under its own weight. So, are you going to play some Valheim in the near future? Is the Frostlands released? No. Then I'm not. Because what would be the point of playing it again? When there's nothing new. So. Absolutely love Shapes 1, only just got into Shapes 2, and I'm not disappointed. It looks so good. It is, Shapes 2 is amazing. I think that when you play Shapes 2 and then you look at Shapes 1 and you go like, oh yeah, this was a tech demo to get the funding for the game that they actually, or Tobias actually wanted to play, which I think is amazing, because Shapes 2 is a really beautiful game, and it's so true to its predecessor. So I think that's I think it's super amazing. It's really well done. I doubt, or not, I doubt. I'm a little bit concerned, maybe, that that the game is solved, and I hope that there will be some new challenges. Hey, Buffs, thank you for the 58 months of subscription. Been with us all the way from the beginning, from before I started streaming on Twitch. Well, full time at least. From I started streaming on Twitch, and then I stopped and streamed on YouTube, and then I came back to Twitch 6 years ago. And you're from back before then. Although I had a few breaks, of course, but still. Yeah. Yeah, so there are a million games that have the same format, that whenever there's a new update, then I'm going to check it out. But when there's not a new update, then I'm not going to sort of go in and replay it, because there's nothing new about it. That's, yeah. Darkest Dungeon is the same. I love that game. But I'm not going to just sit and play Darkest Dungeon, but when there is the Kingdoms mode was awesome, and when the next next campaign in Kingdoms mode is being released, then I am definitely joining in and playing that again. So those are the kind of things. Same with Dyson Sphere. I'm with any other game, basically. Any of the games that I like, there'll have to be something new for me to jump back in. And then on very rare occasions, I'll go like, yeah, sure, let's just try that again, because I kind of feel like it. Like Dune Spice Wars is something that just caught my attention again, and I want to keep playing it. And I actually want to, I was kind of sitting here, and I was like, oh man, I really want to play it, because I wanted to get some more momentum on it. It's super fun to play on insane difficulty, because it is actually a challenge to figure out how to solve things and sort of not be greedy, but not too greedy. Yeah. Let me just check on the sort of list of games. Not so many other games that are sort of yelling for attention. I was considering doing something for Desynced, but I think that the game is, I think Desynced had a great idea, but it just kind of got a little bit over ambitious with the implementation, and then it just becomes too hard to play the game, because you're kind of not playing the game, you're kind of preparing to play the game the entire game, and that's such a shame, I think. So there's the Dune Awakening coming. That's also May, isn't it? which is an MMO, which is awful, but still might be something worth playing. We'll definitely take a look at it. Yeah. Hold on. Is there a release date for Night Rain? Elden Ring Night Rain. Add to wish list. Oh, 30th of May. Okay, so that's not so far away. I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna be playing it much or at all, but I think it's interesting. Yeah. Cool. So there's definitely something, but as we would expect, it's coming mainly in May. We don't actually have any new games between now and May, but in May we'll also have like a whole host of games with Captain Industry and Night Rain, and I'm pretty sure there was one more game that was also coming out on the same day, 20th of May. Can't remember what it was, but whatever. That was also something else. So definitely something, and in the meantime, we'll just see what comes up. But Factorio will definitely keep us entertained. There's always more things to optimize for masterclasses. So that's what we're gonna do today. It is tomorrow, but not a great game for stream. Yeah, I'm gonna play it. Oniram, I think it's actually pretty good for stream. I mean, it's not good for my stream content, but I think it works quite well for streaming. But it yeah, I don't know. I think it works well for stream, but it doesn't work well because it's not something that's has a big overlap with the core of the community. But it's still something I like, that kind of game, and I played the other Assassin's Creed, the newer ones, and enjoyed it. So why not? Why not indeed? So there hasn't been any puzzle games lately. Like, we played Talos Principle 2, and that was fun, but there was a period where there were like tons of puzzle games, or maybe it was just me cleaning up the genre. Or should play through a Mirage rather than play it myself. Yeah, cool. That's also kind of what I expect, because it's those kind of games are like, you can sit down and play for yourself, or you can sort of watch it half and then you jump in and jump out, and then you can maybe just go half do something else, some other things while it's on. But if you play it yourself, then it's full attention all the time. Shape 2 was a puzzle game in a sense. I don't think so. I mean, yes, it was both a puzzle game and a logistics game, but I think it was more leaning towards the logistics game. But I thought it was a really good implementation of a puzzle plus a logistics game. Like, it wasn't really a puzzle game, because puzzle games usually have like one solution that you have to find. Here there were some things of the puzzles that you could not work. They could not be done, and there were some things that you just managed to get done, but that's kind of not really how puzzle games work. There's always a solution to a puzzle. Here you could make a puzzle for yourself that just didn't have a solution. So, oh, I wonder if I can do a sideways splitter rotator in one by one block. Nope, you can't. Oh, damn. Play Space Chem. No, I don't even know what it is. So, anyway, let's jump on in. I'm currently trying to get legendary core from upcycling grenades. There's no point in doing that. That doesn't make any sense to me. Why would you do that? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why you would do that. It's such a slow build. Yeah, legendary coal is you get that from space. Done. I have like 5 ships for coal. Need more. Yeah, but I mean, it's perfectly fine to do it, but you're not winning very much by it because it doesn't have any productivity. So unless you have some step that involves productivity, you're not really winning much from it. And then you have to like build the logistics to feed iron in and the coal, and then a very slow build. That means like you have to have a massive build just for that, instead of just spinning the coal and just deleting all of it. So yeah, I that would not be a masterclass of using that for sure. But I do think that I need to have some kind of I think there is a rule around upcycling. And yeah, so basically, if you have a product and you want to get it to legendary form, whatever product it is, then what is the trick to do it? Well, let's say, I don't know what's a good solution. Yeah, superconductor. Okay, superconductor. Let's see, is that an option? Well, it's an intermediate, so that means we can use productivity. That means we can actually get a step here. We can take this in and we can just upcycle it and use productivity on this. And if there's a potential to make productivity and it is built in electromagnetic plant or a foundry, then you get bonus productivity as well. And because of that, it is a good idea to do extra steps in order to make that product. But if you want the superconductors, for example, then you want to check if there's any of the products here that you can build that breaks down into superconductors that's using productivity. For example, this one. This one recycles onto its ingredients. So that's a perfect example. So if you want to make superconductors, then what you really want to do is make supercapacitors and then break them down. If you can't find anything, such as you just want legendary copper, excluding the space copper, then if none of these recipes here can be break down to itself, for example, did you break down to itself? Yes, no. There, scrap, there, yes. Okay, so that would also break down into itself. So if you can find a product, if you can find a product that your target ingredient is an ingredient of that can be used with productivity, definitely do that. If not, it's kind of iffy whether it's worth it. So. For what do you even need that much coal? LDS is almost self-contained, and the only other thing it is carbon, which you can grab. Well, the thing that needs a lot of coal is your legendary military science. That's the one. But then you're already making the explosives. Yeah, military science, exactly. So military science is the killer when it comes to legendary coal, which also kind of defeats the point of just making grenades to make that coal. But no, you can use grenades and upcycle grenades so that you have the legendary grenades to be able to make the legendary science. That could work, I suppose, if you are going that route. Anyway, quality upcycling is definitely something that we have to deal with at some point. Right. We're not going to be just diving here. We're going to be just diving straight into design work. What do we need? Now, if we're saying we build this green circuit, we build the hub. This is going to be this one. Needs some work still, but it'll be plopped down here. Then we have the science, but not all of it. We'll probably, we're not going to have this part of the science because that's the blue science, which hasn't been done yet. This part over here, I'm not super happy about, but yeah, it might work. What's the point of legendary science pack? Does the research better? Yes, 6 times as much. So if you see here, legendary is 600%. But if you have the choice between making automation science or with productivity or legendary science, then productivity normal science is way better. However, at some point you get to some silly scale where it belt constraints, spaceship constraints, landing pad constraints start coming into play, and in that case, well, maybe making 1/6 of the quantity but making us legendary is a good idea. Also, a lot of the legendary science can be made quite easily on space platforms, and if they can be made on space platforms, then you build one, and then you just copy that space platform. And if you have 10 identical space platforms, then you're pretty good with it. So that's an option. That's what I generally do. Right. So in this case, we need to be able to put red circuits and sulfur on the bus. How would we do that? That's going to be like the first priority, is doing that. Then we build the blue signs, and after blue signs, we're going to be diving into some kind of robot rush, because we're going to be needing a lot of robots exported here. So robots are very important to build, much more important than previously. Also because previously, when we built yellow signs, our robot rush build would be replaced with the yellow signs. That's not going to be the case here. So we need to make some... Yeah. Now, we only have basic oil to start with. And we're going to have to start figuring out how many we can reasonably have in our block here. That's probably it. That's not much. All legacy science is super easy to make legendary on a ship, except military. Crazy amount of coal needed. I would not say that purple science is easy, because how are you making the stone on the ship? So you're importing thousands of stone per second to a ship if you want to make it. So military and purple science cannot be made efficiently on spaceships. We have to consider whether we want to do a build that will then be replaced or be superseded, or what do we say? Whether we want to build this, whether we really want to build this, and then just sort of strip it down in a startup build. And I kind of think we do. And my idea is that we'll build something here, and then this one will be made for sulfur, maybe sulfuric acid, and then importing legendary stones from volcanoes is trivial when you're at that point. No. 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 Not even close to that. Is so far. That is just I have to just no. What is our... That's not our purple signs. Where the hell is our purple signs? I mean, you can do anything you want, but whether that's a good idea or not, that's the question. And this is definitely not a good idea. Where the hell's our purple signs? Yeah. $200 per second. Yeah, so where do we... I have a little box of that says how much I need. Where are you? Here? No. Damn. I thought I had that somewhere. The little box that summarized everything. Damn. Yeah. So for 200? So to make 40 per second, I need 200 rails. 200 rails is 200 here. Plus, I also need the equivalent here. What the hell are you? $68 of that. 68. How much is that? It's actually interesting how this doesn't seem to be... This doesn't seem to be enough. Like, why is it enough, actually? 68 here, and then... Let's see. Oh, right. It's 1 to 2. Okay, so I need 100 stone here and about about 100 here. So for 40 legendary requires 200 stone per second. Like, I can't get 200 stone per second to orbit. I just can't. But it's a lot easier than military. Hmm. Okay. I mean, I really don't see the point that you're sending legendary stone to orbit. That must mean that you have you're insisting on making it orbit, not because it's the better option, because it's certainly not the better option to launch. And you have the 64, even 64. How much is that even going to be? I don't know. It doesn't seem like much. And of course, it also depends on. But I'm at a point where I would need to scale up, and I would never scale up and sort of look at this and go like, yeah, let me just consistently get 200 per second to orbit. Because what is the stacking here? It's 500, right? Yeah, 500. So every 2.5 seconds, I have to launch a rocket, and that's only possible when it is stationary in orbit. But you have to move it back and forth because it can't really get anything if it's stationary in orbit. You need to have it collect so you can produce the other stuff, which means that it's best case it's using half its time in orbit, and that means you need to launch basically a rocket every second in order to keep up. I mean, it just to me it doesn't make any sense. And less so about can it be done, and more so about should it be done. And I would say you can do anything you want, but it definitely shouldn't be done. I would definitely not recommend anyone do that, because it seems like a very masochistic approach. Right. Maybe we need to. It's so difficult for this one to come back and just kind of gauge. Here, that's only like 63, and then if we go in saying, okay, so that, how much is that going to be for plastic? There we go. So that means we can now get a total of 6 plastic out per second. That's not much. Let's do a design for red circuits so we get a sense of what red circuits is going to be now. Do you know if Lazy Bastard has changed? I mean, isn't it just clicking the here and just looking at Lazy Bastard and then just seeing if it's changed? That would be my 111. No, it has not changed. Because of course it doesn't, because there's nothing you really need, I think. With the quantity of materials you have to get a base to go. One? No, nothing has changed. I know, I don't do it. Okay, I mean, I got only to 109, now I got to 102. Oh, okay, good. I mean, then you, why are you asking? You're telling me that you got it with 102 then, and you could not get it with less than 109 before, then you can tell me that it's changed. There are probably some kind of ingredients that maybe a power pole has changed or something. I don't know. I don't care. I don't really, I'm not an achievement hunter. You can even see that I don't have it. So I don't know. By overclock, no, I did not. I can't remember it. has a lot of stuff going on. So if someone can link it to me in Discord, then I'd appreciate it. Reply to it and tag me. Then that would be lovely. Right. Let's do something else. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I really should not watch these kind of things, because it'll stifle my creativity by just going like, oh, that's nice. Okay, let's do. Now we do design work. Basically, I need to get a sense of how much plastic I need in the beginning, just to kind of gauge it here. Right. This one, and 6 seconds. Like that. That's the ratio. And then this will be a collective design. So granted, this is only 6, then that would still be enough to get a modest 3 red circuits per second to start out with. The idea is I'm kind of leaning towards having 2 builds here that are connected, one with oil and one with something else. Maybe it's going to be red circuits. I don't think so, because this is probably not going to be fitting in here. None of these have high quantities, so it's not a big deal. That's the combined road, and then out here we'll get... I don't really like it. It's taking a lot of space. I think I have to try to figure out the size of what I need first, and then just kind of get a sense of it. Like, I'm feeling that I need a full block of red circuits, like I need a full block of green circuits. That's kind of would make sense with like 3 parallel builds, like boom, 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 for example, fleshed out, of course. And I think that would make sense, and I would think there would be room for it, which would mean that I would have to get something else down here. Then we need plastic, and we need sulfur, and we need sulfuric acid. If I do this part, then it's barely making any. So I think I want to design it like this, because this is the harder design, and then try to get it some kind of ratio going here. Hello, Moon. Good evening. So we need more of these. Pretty close. Silly hype train. Total stats for 3,600 legendary signs per minute used. It cost 27,000 legendary stones per minute. A rocket can is 500. So it's 54 launches per minute. It's not that bad, really. Okay, that's 1 per second. And that means your ship is always parked over volcanoes, because if it's not parked over volcanoes, then you can't launch all the time. Put the oil train in the base on the beginning. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point, Mr. Yeah, I haven't really yet, but we'll get to it, I guess. It could also be here, because I'm not going to get green circuits in by train, so I could get oil in here and then unload it up here and then bring it in. That could be an option. Anyway, why is this so off? That seems like a pretty good ratio, right? Pretty good. Pretty good. If we make a dedicated block, then this is a pretty good size for the block. Yeah, I don't think I can make it better than this in a single block. Which is still also a problem, because it's not really fitting very well with getting in and out here. Sim ratio is 827, yeah, but I can't fit 8 in here unless I find a way to get them closer. If I could get them like this close, oops, this close, then yes, I could do that, but maybe. That's actually potentially a good idea. That's better, right? And it does have too much, yeah. Technically, I can take one of these out all the way through, which would leave a very suitable location for a power pole. Yep. Good. So this one. That's good, but this one is a little off. There we go. That's as good as we can get it right now. Going to do 20 now. No, because I need to get this out as well. And I need to get it out here somehow. Somehow. And then the only one that's missing is this one. That's as close as we can make it. And then this has to also somehow be different. And I mean, so far this looks nice, I think. Not powered though, but yeah. Would you also include lubricant in this oil processing block? Yes, I would have to. That's a good point. How much days have you been designing? I don't know. None. Nothing really. Hello, Mark. Good evening. Okay. So we need to have some kind of... I kind of want to get all of it out on one side. I don't know if that's possible, but we can try it. Kind of want you here. Maybe. Because that makes it easier. Yeah, much easier. Yep. Happy? They're not going to be right next to each other. So they go into a... Oh, hold on. We still have other problems, and that is the oil has to come in as well. And the water has to come in somewhere. Yep, that's a problem. Yeah, then we lose our option for being... We're not doing modules in the first, correct. I don't want to design it for modules. I want to design it without modules, and then when you put modules in, it'll work a little bit better. Because you can only get tier 1 modules anyway, and they don't really make a big difference. Yeah. I think the oil has to come in differently, but it's the water that has to have its line here, because I'm going to need the water further up anyway. And then the oil is problematic. The oil could also be super close. Sucks. I'm thinking like... There we go. There you go. Not a problem. See? They can all fit. Yeah. That kind of means that someone has to go all the way out there. It has to be on the edge for either side. There is no other option, right? Or at the back, doesn't matter. Right, if I make it here, it's going to be the same. It's going to be right next to the grid. No matter what I do, where I do it, then I'm not going to get more space by doing it like this.
Champion returns. Welcome home.
So, Ines, thank you for the 60 months, 5 years. Absolutely. Okay, so what would be the next thing? The next thing is going into a combination of this plus some lubricant. Yeah, So this is definitely like a full row like that. Then this can also be a full row of this, right? And then here, which will be controlled based on this output. Why I put all the pipes in concrete? Yes, I could do that, but I'm not gonna. Yeah. I don't like it. But anyway, I've been continuing my work on a recipe switching hub on a sushi belt. I got a version now that has no duplicate recipes and always selects the highest need. The problem is that it got really complex with 7 combinators per machine. It was a fun challenge, but far from practical. And it still gets stuck outputting the rest materials of a nuclear power machine. Yeah. Awesome. Sounds great, Mark. But this is kind of the rabbit hole that I kind of saw was coming. And I think that I did myself a service by seeing it and avoiding it. See, this is also like very much valid. The only question is now, hey, have we just compacted it too much? Or this is super compact, but the rest of the block is kind of empty. So the things we want outbound here. I know you made the right choice. I still saw it as a fun chance. Thank you. Yeah. Space out for beacons. There will never be beacons. Beacons have no place here. Beacons come after we build a base on. No. When do you get beacons? You get beacons after purple. I will not make purple science on Novice. I will make it on Volcanus. That means I have Volcanus, and that means Volcanus will be where I build it. So, yeah, sulfuric acid is not an option because sulfuric acid is where is it? Where is it? The iron plates. So then I have to get iron plates past this one, which I don't like. Yeah, I wanted to actually make. I could make sulfur would be a good idea to make, because I don't need sulfuric acid until I need batteries, and I don't actually think I need it for or batteries or for red, blue circuits, right? So I could make something like this in here. I don't think I can make plastic. I think plastic is because that also needs something else. But it's if it's just the same things, then yeah, I could make a line come out here of sulfur. Uranium mining is not going to be relevant. I think. I think that that's going to be much later. So, but yes, if I do that, yeah. I'm a little in doubt about this one now. So right now, what the phase we're in is the phase where we're both doing sort of some modular designs. Like this is a module that I kind of like. Then we're sort of figuring out how big the other modules are, and then we're sort of figuring out if we can have it fit here. So yeah, if I double this, then it's gonna be too big. So and then I also don't think it actually fits with the strategy of this part. Then it'll be too big. Right? This part here. Okay, let's exclude you. Exclude you. This part is making 300 oil or petroleum per second. It's not much, but hey, it's something. And that is 1 in 20 becomes 2 plastic. So 300, let's say the 200 goes into plastic. That becomes, just divided by 10, that's 20 plastic. Yeah. And then some sulfur on top. So this one. $200 and then makes 4 per second. How much does this require? 0.75. Okay. So I think this is 340. This could be a reasonable amount, I think. Uh, 11.3 petroleum for sulfur for science at 11.3 petroleum. Okay. Yeah. So nothing. Yeah. It's also needed for explosives. I don't know if we're going to be needing explosives for something. No, we don't need to bring it to space explosives. We might need to bring it to volcanoes to that, but sulfur is pretty abundant on. Actually, sulfur is not abundant. Sulfuric acid is abundant, but not sulfur. Ironically, so weird that you can't make sulfur from all the sulfuric acid. All right, and then eventually we'll also get something like this. Each of these is taking 5 per second. Yeah. So each of these is 2, and this one takes 5. So that one of these is going to be plenty. 50 per second. Yeah, it's going to be fine for blue circuits. So I'm just kind of looking at this and saying, okay, if this is all there is, could this be done in a single one? It's getting close to it though. What? There. It's 14. This is 14. I mean, almost, right? And then we need something for lubricant. I think it is actually the same in real world. There are ways to get sulfur from acid, but all of them are expensive and not used in production. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense because the amount of sulfur, actual sulfur in sulfuric acid is probably not much. And then I guess if we were literally pumping sulfuric acid out of geysers, maybe the mechanics would be different. But I would don't know how we make industrial sulfuric acid. So probably only need one chemical plant for lube. No. Well, actually that's true. We don't need this many because we don't need to cater for the blue belts. So we just need a little bit. This one is enough to feed a lot of machines with electric engines. Actually not. 18 machines with electric engines, and that's, we won't have anything else. It's only for engines, yes. Let's do that. Only for electric engines, and electric engines is used for only here on this. It's only used for rocket silo, asteroid collector, crushers, robots. This is interesting. Because since it's used for for flying robot frames, then so the majority of what we need is actually really late game, like these 4 things. Those are the ones that use the abundance of it. Of course, we're going to need a constant supply of flying robot frames, but am I making the flying robot frames into the robot builder up here? Let's say I'm just getting distracted because everything has to sort of be weighed in together. This one is no, it's the other way around. Like this, right? Yeah, even. And this would make 0.15 robots per second. 0.3 robots per second. Maybe like that. Oops. Maybe like that. Huh? Yeah. Half a robot. Every robot every 2 seconds is probably what we need. I'm just kind of thinking, so it's not very much lubricant we need for this. And even if we take one more, then it'll be 9. Yeah. Good. So let's ignore that and say we don't need much lubricant. So 1 machine for lube is enough. Probably, if we need to be really strict about it, for now, but later on we might need more. It's also, I just haven't decided whether I'm going to make engines as part of the Robot Rush. And if I do, then how are we going to get it to the all the late game things? Or I'm going to make robots or electric engines 2 places. I don't know. Because there's also the other part is, well, if I'm only going to need 1, do I really need it here? Or do I just say, okay, just grab some heavy oil and deal with that? But I don't know. I don't like the old Robot Rush is kind of doing the balancing, and I don't think that's a great idea. I think I want to rely on this one instead. Okay, let's try that. Good. So the first thing is, yes, there's room for it. Second, is there though? Okay, now we're not allowed to delete anything because we need all of this. But then you have the same problem with heavy oil. At least lube, you use it for blue belts? Nope, I don't. I know that's probably all counts, yes. Call me crazy, but I got engines and electric engines on the bus, so it's not connected to science. But are you then linking the engines into the hub as well? You kind of maybe have to. I think that if you make it like this is done here, where there's just a single machine somewhere that makes engines for the few things that need engines, and then be like, whatever, then that's fine. Yeah. Okay, so that's a fundamental difference, but I don't like it. I don't like that. That's not how you need so few engines aside from it. So yeah, it's a choice. So what I think I want to do is I want to consider if this is feasible. And obviously I'm now overusing this, but I could also leech these 2 items out. Just brainstorming here. Oh, it's because I'm in map mode. Close down. Flip. Flip. Hmm. Oh, 14. 14, so that's 7 on each. Also coal in, damn it. But I like this. This is really compact. And it's also way overusing this. So how does it balance out? I don't know. It just kind of does, doesn't it? And I need to check this. This is making 28. So it's just one belt in, but it's also one belt out, but it's also just one belt in. So I guess this it's not going to be like a major issue because we can just make it like this and then it'll just be easier. So I'm going to get stuff like, let's say, this is then the coal inbound. Coal inbound. It's technically working, but it's really the pattern that I don't like. I don't need any forbidden belt weaving. This is, that wouldn't even save me any space. We like this. Oh, we like this. Then this one here has to be somewhere. Which you then grab. Whatever, something like this. In a box. So now this is the only thing we don't have room for yet. If we take this thing and just kind of mush it over. Okay, we can probably mush it better, can't we? Yeah. Batteries and electric engines drill right. Will one be enough? Batteries? Electric engines. Batteries need sulfuric acid. And this one is not, it's producing 50. Let's go to the point about the batteries. Again, batteries are not really used for that much. Like, we're still thinking starter base here. So it's used for batteries and blue circuits. Blue circuits needs a vanishingly small amount, but still. This one needs quite a bit, but this is only used for flying robot frames. 2 for each flying robot frame. So that means I need 40 sulfuric acid for 1 robot. Yeah, so it's not actually enough. But 2 of them is too much. Problem. Also need iron. Yeah, but that's like luckily the simplest thing to get. Huh. It's actually interesting that maybe I could do a symmetrical and then put it up here as well. It's so weird to even consider that, but I am kind of. This thing here. How would that pan out? I think that I would say heavy oil has to go on the backside. Yeah. No, that's kind of wasteful because it doesn't save us. No, it does save a little bit. It can save us the fact that we can now get the oil on this side here. And then we get the heavy oil back here, which can then go into something. Means this one can just go sort of off. Where's the light oil? The light oil is there and there. Oops. And that would actually fit nicely as something like this, except this. That's not actually as awful as it could have been. And then I think these have to be switched. See, now this one can be moved quite a bit back because it just has to align back here. Like that. Kind of thinking, could I do like this? But that would conflict with this one. Damn. Okay, and then that would be something like this, which would then fit perfectly with this outbound. Okay, so let's see. So that's the heavy oil going in here and then pushing upwards once this is done. Then it pushes directly in here with the light oil. The light oil is now pushed in here. Then the only question I have is like, how would I get any light oil out onto rocket fuel? I can't really get any rocket fuel or any light oil out to rocket fuel because it's kind of, yeah, dead. Although I would, I don't know what you are. That's this one. Let's try to get something working, and then we can start seeing if there are other spots that we can improve. We definitely improve the sulfuric acid right now, but that's not what we want to do. This was the water coming out, so water has to go in to that line, which it can't because now I'm blocking it off. But I'm also thinking this is not it anymore. I'm kind of leaning towards maybe getting a little bit more of this. And then getting... like that. That could work. Something like this. Then we still have the coal coming in, but it's... like that. And then you still need some... there. I'm just kind of... let's just get it in and see if there's something... an opportunity that presents itself to make it nicer. So we get coal coming in, and we get iron coming in, and then we get sulfur going out, and we get plastic going out. Not balanced, but kind of. Is there enough space for power poles? No, but we can squeeze maybe. There should be room for squeezing a little bit here. We also don't have a space for outbound yet, but we can probably hack that. I'm kind of thinking something like... something like this, and then that's out, for example. It needs to grab sulfur. It does indeed. Yes, it does need to grab sulfur. And that is not going to be fast enough. No, it doesn't. Yeah. This is not even fast enough either, but it shouldn't be working at full speed. Move the software one to the right and direct insert. One to the right. But then it will only get from one, and this one is not producing enough to keep this thread. Then that would be a waste. So it has to be in between these two if it's supposed to make any sense. Which means I need another line in here or on the back, and no. Because then I have this consuming 5 per second, but only being fed up to 2 per second. That's just not a good deal. This way I can consume as much as these can grab. This is about 3 per second, and this one is more. Isn't it 3 per second? Maybe that's when it has full stack capacity. It only has small stack capacity, so it'll get whatever it can here. Top middle software camera plant is missing water pipe. Top middle, it is. Thank you. Right. So what was the problem now? Now the problem is power poles. Okay, that's a different matter. Not a trivial one, but hopefully not a overly complicated. Yeah. It has to be small power poles. Nothing fancy here. Now we have a problem here. Actually, no. Now it's this part here that I need to save. Right? That should be the same. And then something down here in the middle is also, right? Yeah. Yeah, and some of it. Yeah, see, now that's a problem here.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
It works, but it's not pretty. And the No Man, thank you for the prime. Welcome. Heavy cracking, missing water. That's true.
Have returned.
Yeah, remember to check the hype train. Is the hype train on off cooldown? It is apparently not cooling down. So this one is a little bit off. I could also twist it so that it goes here, 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 and here. That might be better. Let's try that and see how that works. It's this, this,
Tales
this,
of our
and
endeavors proliferate.
this.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Ooh, we forgot our hype train. I mean, our break. Damn. Well, we'll take a break afterwards, I guess. Cohen, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. And Silver Cecil with the 200 bits. Very much appreciated. It's a 404. Thank you for the 22 months. And Swimmer with the 5 gift subs. Completing the level 1 train. Sweet. What? Did the hype train trigger or not? Oh, man, I just need to refresh my overlay here. No? Doesn't say anything about hype train. No? No hype train. I don't see it anywhere. Stream chat, anywhere. It just disappeared. Wow, that's a waste. Die Hard Dave. Thank you for the 5 months of Prime, and Flex. Thank you for 3 months. It just says it's activated. Where does it say that? Yeah, but that's the hype train tracker, which gets from the API, but the overlay doesn't seem to work. I mean, that's Twitch being Twitch, isn't it? It says activated, but not anything else. It would surprise me if it works, because there was a forced hype train coming in at the beginning of the stream. And I don't know if it has been an hour. Maybe it has, but don't know. I think this works better. Nope. Obviously the other side.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Welcome home. Diffuse, thank you for the 73 months. Very much appreciate it. That's really nice to see those 73 months. It's a long time. And this part should then just be superimposed. Everything should be online, yeah. Very nice. And then I'll do the same thing here. That one. And can't quite get over here, so we'll do that. Damn. Ah, this bothers me. Why? Just put it down there. Oh, you're grabbing from somewhere that doesn't exist. What? Oh, right, like this. Or you're supposed to be outputting. Ah. Do you already know when the video about the hub will be on YouTube? Tomorrow. That's pretty straightforward. It'll be there tomorrow. Oh, right. Look at that. Beautiful. Water comes in and goes up and goes around. What are we missing? We're missing something. This is the light oil. What? No? Yes? Light oil? Damn. Light oil is here. What's the next one? This is petroleum. Oh, petroleum. Petroleum. Oh, yeah, that actually has to be do like this here. Because the petroleum should then be crap. On this belt pipe thing. Seems weird to do that, but they have to be able to slide across here. What about this? This is not connected. Like that. Will the science build be after the hub? Yes. And then we still have something else. This is the petroleum. So petroleum is in there. That's going to be, you're going to go out. And instead, that's going to be petroleum. And 2, I'm going to get you. And there. This is connected. Woo. Is this working? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Luckily, it's easy to find out. What we need to do is we simply need 2 things inbound, and they are positioned at pretty convenient locations. We'll get some ironium in here. And we'll get some collium in here, or carbonium. And then we'll get some heavy oil in here, for crude oil. We'll get some water in here, and then we'll see what happens. Ah, not good, not good. There's a flickering thing here, so I've connected things twice. Oops. All right, let's. Luckily, that's easy to fix by just doing this. Okay, so. Okay, so let's trace the light oil here. Light oil. Ah, here. One off, as always. Don't know. Yeah, and this one I should also. Push. Should I tell Niels that I also used roundabouts in Satisfactory? You can do whatever you want. It doesn't belong in a masterclass. This one is remove. Does it remove everything if I do that? Maybe. Okay, so now we'll try again. Let's see. This is the heavy light oil coming in, and it's still not connected. Oh, right. I did all this just so that it could connect here. That's not very pretty, actually. This is... I don't like that.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Yeah, much rather want this. And that means the light oil just has to be a little bit like that. It's fine. Donkey Benjamin, thank you for the 8 months. Masterclass and randomness. I mean, sometimes I should do some YouTube shorts where it's like, and this one will be designing the optimal roundabout for Factorio. Stamp down a T intersection. There we go. Crude oil and water. Let's see. Actually, I don't want this one to be deleted, and I don't want this one to be deleted. I actually want it to be glowing. Or maybe I want to sort of say exactly sulfuric acid at 50%. Yeah. But isn't roundabout just a series of of T intersections in a circle? Yes, it is. This water doesn't connect. This water does connect. I mean, this is a really nice build, actually. I like it. I think I want to move it one down if I could. There should be one tile available for moving it downwards. The problem here is that none of the sulfur actually comes out in the belt until we have filled this one up. Which is something that happens, right? Yeah. And then the only circuit logic we have is this one, which should just say only push when there's at least 5,000. Like that. When there's at least 5,000. It would actually be nice to have the bottleneck mod just to see if any of them are not working. Like this is obviously not working fast enough because, yeah. Because we're not supporting it. Oh, actually we should be, what the hell? This doesn't make any sense. Then there's definitely a problem here. Oh, right, this is not getting enough inbound. Okay, so what if I killed this plastic line? Then we should see that we get proportionately more sulfur. This actually wouldn't work in the old liquid system, but it works in the new liquid system. Why it wouldn't work in the old is because I would output here, and it would be much more likely to go in here than it would be to go into this one. This one would be starved, but now they're all sort of a little bit underserved, because now it goes into the collective fluid buffer here, and then only from there will it go somewhere else. So, then the only other thing remaining here could be something like an output for light oil, which I think we could squeeze in somewhere. It's not getting enough because this one is not working, or it is, but they are. Oh, this is a problem. Oh no, look at that. So here now the whole thing is starved because I want this one to work. Oh man, how are we gonna fix that? Maybe we don't. Maybe we don't have a circuit network here. Maybe we simply say that this is one network, and then some will be allocated here and some will be allocated here. Yeah, level of heavy, I don't sort of have that in as a measure here. Interesting how you get not getting anything. Why? This looks, oh right, because that one is not actually there. There we go. Now it's working. So right now what I'm getting is I'm getting a third of it. Or how much is this using per second? This is consuming, if I look at this part, it consumes 100, so it'll be like a quarter of it goes, no. 20% goes in here. But it could also be a little bit more, couldn't it? I could make 3 of these. I don't know, let's try it. No. No. Yeah, well, it's not going to be doing much. After the first heavy cracker, and just limit the other 3. It's a hack, because this part is producing 80, and even if I do that, it won't be consuming 80. So I'll still be running short. Instead of just only consuming 20 forced, then I'm consuming 40 forced. It'll still be stuck. So I'd need to be something like this to get, well, this would be enough, because that can now consume everything. That means the last one is only consuming. So I feel that I feel this is gonna work with the amount of lubricant we need, because we don't really need a lot of lubricant, and with just scaling this one up gradually, it's gonna be fine. Yeah, I think. The one thing I want to sort of figure out is whether we can do something with yeah. Because we do need to export this. I don't like this export location. I don't like having them next to each other. That just kind of gets into a conflict. After late game, space age and big numbers, 80 heavy oil seems so tiny. It does. Like, all of these numbers are like, oh, really? 6 blue signs per, 6 plastic per second? Ew.
Welcome home.
Okay, so what do we think about this? Mercure, thank you for the 9 months. Is there something we'd want to change about this? Like, there's one thing that bothers me, and that's the fact that I have to get this one right up against the edge. And I'd love that not to be the case. I also feel that this space here in the middle is a little bit dead. I could, of course, sort of push this one a little bit up. That wouldn't hurt, I think. Completely quiet. One up. But what would that do? It would mean that it would be less crowded when sort of dragging things inbound. That didn't do anything. But this one bothers me, and I wish there was a way we could do this. It's smaller impact. It's a smaller impact, but it's not pretty.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Actually, okay, would it be possible to switch? I'm gonna try something.
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
Sabriga, I think it was 66 months, and it's Very nice. And CC Lick, thank you for the Prime and welcome. Yeah. How does this not fit? Oh, right. Okay, it doesn't. Oh, damn it. I was just thinking I would be able to do this part, but I can't because as soon as I do this, they merge together. Damn. And that is messed up again. So the best I can do is this one. Which means it doesn't matter if it's top or bottom. Okay. That was the infinity pipes. That cleans out all internal buffers. Flip all output horizontal and start with petroleum on the left. I don't see why that would fix anything. Oh, it's still a problem. I still got leaked that in here. How did that leak? How did that leak in here? Oh, undo remembers buffers. Interesting. No, it doesn't. It's still messed up. How did I mess this up now suddenly? Where's the problem? I'm leaking heavy oil into this pipe. How? If from that one. And then there's a stupid hype train coming again. Oh my god, I hate these hype trains. I hate the fact that they're just completely broken. Because there was a good momentum on the hype train that was cancelled by Twitch not long ago. Damn. Yeah. I think this is a good design. Oh, it starts at level 1. Do you guys see that as well? It starts actually with the stuff that... Okay, so maybe... Can we just see... Now I'm getting curious. Yeah, I see this as being... No, it's only level... No, it's not level 1. It is towards level 1. Yeah, okay, never mind. So it's just maybe the one... Yeah, okay. Heimdall, thank you for the 61 months. I don't see psychologic to keep it going to not clog the system. How will you manage? I don't know. What is causing it to jam?
A new subscriber. Come, steal yourself.
There is like we can do if we want to do if we want to do circuit logic, it would have to be here. Where I'm just saying these two are only allowed to go when I have some storage. Like that. Yeah? And a neat little... Oops. Neat little feature. Copy, paste. Then it actually copy paste over here. Woo! So when these are active, this is active. That means I should leave it as green. So it's going there. There you go. Was there any information about hype train bullshit? No. That it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It's just broken. Alright, so if I want to pull out some of that, if I want to pull out some of this, I'm always producing this, so what would be the cases where it jams? First part into lubricant. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do the circuit logic on heavy oil to make it go into lubricant, because what I'm doing is that it's already, I'm calling it self-balancing. It really isn't. But if I say, don't push it up here until you go in here, then I'm only consuming 20 per second, and then I'm producing 80 per second, and then it means the 60 per second will just be stuck, and this one's just going to be jammed until I build up my buffer very slowly. While if the whole thing comes pushing in here, then I have a consumption of 100, but I only have a production of 80. That means this is always producing at 80%, and I think that's enough. And if these if this is full, then these up here are not producing at 80%, they're producing at 100%, and then the whole thing is happy. Krolum, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Yeah, so how many hours do I have in Factorio in total? Yes, 8,000 hours plus, yes. But specifically, 8,552.5 hours. Can't you read the machine? If full, you can pump. I don't know how that makes a difference. There will be some things like, I'm generally pushing things towards petroleum, but I'm always allowing some lubricant to be made. Remember, this lubricant is only for robots and electric engines used for asteroid collectors. So it's a very low quantity. It's not used for yellow science because that doesn't get built on this planet. So it's very low quantity. We don't need it for blue belts because that's not going to be made on this planet. I don't make yellow science on Navis. That's a bad idea. Yellow science belongs on yellow science and purple science belongs on Volcanus. It's too good. Thank you, Lodito Hun. Thank you for the 5 months. More yellow than petroleum, than heavy oil. Sorry, what? Then open the pump to make more petroleum than the yellow liquid. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't. You're very welcome to point out something that doesn't work.
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
How the hell does this work? I wish I knew how this works. Why can I not figure out how to mod my own? There you go. Why is yellow science better on Volcanus than Fulgora? Because everything that can be made, anything that isn't made how is it? Anything that must be made on a specific planet is made on that planet. Anything that is not constrained to a single planet is always best on Volcanus. Volcanus is completely overpowered. It is so ridiculous how much better Volcanus is than anything else. And therefore, like, start building it here? Nope. Start building on Fulgora? No, it's way too late. So basically, what this design is, that it's building a small base, being able to launch rockets, to build a little spaceship, to get some space science so we can get logistics, and then make a little spaceship that will then take us over to Volcanus, where we'll build the real base. And that's going to be it. So our base here, the one that we're making now, is just going to be sort of setting up for that. It's just going to move forward and then just yeah. A speedrun base, not really, but it's a novice starter base. It's a base that, because what I experienced was that the base I built on novice and launched my first rocket, I never really got back to it and fixed very much of it. So, but I still needed it to just be done, just to make some robots, make some assemblers, make some everything until I got to the legendary stuff. So that's what I'm gonna be doing here. A base that can make red, green, blue, and military science, and then can just produce a little bit of extra, a little bit of hub space for stuff, and then make some asteroid collectors, make some rocket silos, stuff that we would want to have, right? I'm personally going for Agora first. Mech armor and EM plant is more important. Sure. I just want to get rid of cliff explosives, and yeah. And I don't think that the thing is, on Fulgora, everything revolves around holmium. Holmium can be made in a foundry. So if you go there before foundry, you're losing out on that free productivity. And when you just get to Fulgora, you're going to be constrained very much by your ability to create that 1% holmium. So when I go there, I'd like to have my 50% free product. Technically, Level first is best for biolabs to save on research for other planets. Yeah, that's not correct. Because if you go Gleber first because you're a masochist, in order to save science, then what are you saving? You're saving a little bit of resources. Since when has Factorio ever been about resources? And after Volcanus, and like, there is no reason to do something to save on resources. And that's all you do. And by the time you build a base, my experience at least is, by the time I build a base, I have already done all the science I want to do on that planet. So landing on a planet, unlocking the science that is good, by the time I've done that, I'm also ready, or I haven't even built the base at that point. So, and yeah, I biolabs, because biolabs is, you would also have to do production science and utility science, and then you'd have to do that on novice. That's fine. Or on Gleber. Okay, then you lose all arguments about efficiency. And these need Bidirex and uranium-235. So in order to get uranium-235, you also have to have Covarex running. Like, this is not the first planet. This is just not your first planet. It doesn't make any sense. Why not make Science Hub on Volcanus? Because I need to get to Volcanus. Because I can't make science on Volcanus before I actually get to Volcanus. And when I get to Volcanus, then I have the choice of taking this stuff and moving over, or taking the stuff on Volcanus and moving back here. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I think that the amount of science we produce on this home base is so mediocre that it might just be easier just to stamp down some blueprints on Volcanus that just makes vastly higher quantity of science than what we're looking at here. Short task: when upgrading blueprints on Patreon. I don't know what that means. When upgrading blueprints on Patreon. I'm upgrading blueprints on Patreon when there's a new video with new blueprints. So I'm not making these blueprints until the blueprint is ready to be presented in a masterclass video. Then I will together with that and the save game and the blueprint updated, then I'll provide those. Purple and yellow signs can be on volcanoes. They will be on volcanoes. That's how I want it to be. And luckily, it's just a sign that it's a good system when there can be arguments about what is better. I think that from my perspective, I can argue why my choice is better. Now, you might have different priorities that mean that you have a different outcome that's better for you. But I do think that I can argue why my solution is better given my constraints. You can build a much bigger base here, but for me, I think that the ideal progression, not as a speedrunner, but getting going with the base, is building a small base on Novice that can keep working and can keep producing stuff, like mainly for the hub, but also get all the signs up to red, green, blue, and military. All that science just done. And then it continues to work and launching making ingredients for space platforms, because they're going to be made on Novice. Then so get there as fast as possible, get to orbit to get space science, so we get logistics. From there, go to Volcanus, because Volcanus is the most efficient planet. So from there we get cliff explosives. That means we get much more open space on all planets. And then we get the forge, which means we get infinite free iron, copper, load into structures, anything we want. So once that's done, then we can scale up to get purple science and yellow science, and probably also scale the other science up, because when you look at the science, when you look at all of this science, it's actually it starts being decent quantities we need, and just getting it at 1.5 per second is not great. So as soon as we build it on Novice, on Volcanus, we're not going to make it to 1.5 per second. We're probably going to make it to, I don't know, 10 per second or something. Like, we might as well just jump up a big step forward, because it's so easy to make. Then we build that, and then we get all the signs we want on Volcanus, get a little bit there. Nothing, no focus on. We'll also get the Volcanus signs. Then we'll go to Fulgora, get the EM plant, get the mech armor. At that point, that's where I want to start going into rare quality items. We'll go normal, rare, legendary, no in-betweens. Can you do science lab on multiple planets to get different science? Nope. Biolabs only work on Novice, and science labs must take all ingredients. So when we get to Fulgora, then the focus will be on Fulgora specific things, which means just recycling, and probably upcycling. I still think that upcycling to rare is a really good idea. Will you set up labs on Volcanus in mid-game? I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Because it might be simple, but it might also be just as simple to launch it to space and then move it back. So I haven't decided. So no use for uncommons. There might be like an uncommon asteroid collector or uncommon solar panel, that kind of thing, but nothing else, nothing like that. So that's kind of my idea. So that when we get to Volcanus, that's where we're going to be building big. How we're going to be big, I don't know. But I'm kind of leaning towards a train. Yeah, okay, I was about to say, where's the elevated train? These ones elevated. Here, that's purple science, which is also something with a need. And I would like to have a train base on Volcanus, but I can't make a train base on Volcanus until after Aquilo, because it needs foundation. So that's a tricky one, right? Is nice and switch to Navis only after Gleba and better science building. Yeah, I think so. I think that's also, I'm leaning towards that, sort of from the perspective of how long time is it going to be because landing on Volcanus, then the first thing we want to do is get cliff explosives and not really much else. Let's check what it is that we have here. Volcanus, what is it we get from here? Faction. Rail support foundations. Oh, the rail support foundations allows building elevated rails also on deep part of the oil ocean on Folgora. This tech is telling you to go to Volcanus before you go to Folgora. I knew there was another thing that was telling us why we go to Volcanus before we go to Folgora, because otherwise you can't really get trains going on Folgora if you don't have this one. Yeah. Asteroid reprocessing might be nice. Seed modules, yeah. How you can fix the heavy oil pipe. Ooh, okay. Shift everything to the left and pipe out light oil from the in between. Okay, cool. I'll check it out. I mean, you have earned credit for good designs, so definitely be checking that out before the break. Okay, what are you saying here? You're saying... Okay, I'll just try looking at it. See if I can figure out what it is you're saying. You're saying like something here? Yeah. So that means this is no longer needed. Ah, clever. It's good. It's good. Because that buys us an extra space. Let's see. Really good idea. And then there's, of course, some work to be done here. Maybe I shouldn't have, but... Good. Yeah. Box. See, this is fine for that one, but it's not fine here. If I do this is fine for both. If I do this one, I'm colliding here. If I do this one, then I'm not getting anything. I think this is the option I need. Now it doesn't fit with any of them anymore. Gotta be like a minor issue, but this could then be where it was previously. So that works. But now... Okay, that's also fine. That... like much better pacing, spacing out here. Spacing. Yeah. Hello, Stefan. Welcome. What about 2 tanks? Ah, overdoing it. We're not going to be putting 2 tanks of light oil here. I mean, I know that 2 tanks actually look so much nicer. But it does feel wrong to have 2... Oops. It feels wrong to have this much storage for light oil. I mean, honestly, if I'm doing it that way, then it's much nicer to do it here. Then that's nicer, I think. And still. Good. That's nicer. Light oil, a tank full of light oil barrels. Yes, good idea. We'll consider it. Right, let me kill that and build it again. Oh, this one's not working because it's shifted by 1. Cool. That was good. We got it. This is nice. All right. All right. So it's a short break, and then we'll be back. It's a 10 o'clock break, and I will be. Oops. There. Be back in 2 minutes. Okay, I think this was actually a rather successful design we came up with here. Now, I was expecting this to be sort of further back, but I actually think now that it has to be in here, and then it goes into the bus, and then branches out to make red circuits. Then I don't know what we get on the other side. Maybe that's going to be Robot Rush, batteries, because it's kind of Robot Rush as well. And then get started on LDS and stuff like that, because then it'll be like blue circuits. Or solar, yeah, that's a good point with solar as well. Magazines, no enemies around here. Because with this design, I can also have a train station here. with an oil train station coming in. And that would be nice. Although, of course, it depends on what the situation is for. What's it called? Yeah, the cliff explosives, right? We don't know what that's going to be like. This one is the water, yeah? So water can go. Boop. And then... No. Messes up the... This one should not have had anything. Yeah. Okay, so I think the next thing we want to do is red circuits, right? Red circuits, and over here solar. Batteries, solar, and maybe the robot rush. I think that's the part, because once we build the blue signs, as soon as we build the blue signs, then we want to get up here and build robot rush. I can't play without the comb mod. Yeah, that's true. Let's try integrating this into our bus here. Okay. I did have one of these that's going to be there. That one. Oh, that's basically directly in. This is here. And I don't need this for anything else, right? Sulfur doesn't go into anything else. So no. And then that's just going to be the red circuits. And I decided that red circuits are coming in here. There we go. Right, so that gets replaced, and then we need the coal coming in. So this is also interesting. The coal here is... It's not going to be used for anything beyond this point. So let's just get all of it in. Good. And then the plastic. I can't remember where I decided the plastic would be, but I'm guessing it's going to be sharing with the coal. That's always how it goes. Yes, it's sharing with coal. And this one is just iron coming in. There. I love making a bus. It's so crisp, like, do these kind of things. And just looking at it, like, it's neat. Neat. Are we doing water trains? Nope. I don't want to do water trains.
You have returned.
Viridis, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Let's design this part here. Now that's gonna also be a challenge. What does the masterclass version look like? Let's have a look at that to see. I always click the video instead of clicking this blueprint. That one. Well, that's one of the worst books because it's not really. Yeah. Red green. Yeah, that could be better. Alright, so we can't use this for anything. Good. Well, that's nice to know. Good night, Michael. Thank you for joining. I often swap between the straight plumb will anywhere mod and the ground explosives on my playthrough. Ah. Yeah. Oil, plastic, and sulfur in the same block. Like, yes, Anonymous, it is. And it's not like amazing amounts, but it's pretty okay. And I've designed for after we do this. So of course I'm also going to be making a stripped down version of this that is that's only using the normal one, which means it excludes this part out here and just kind of maybe probably excludes half of this, so it just has some plastic and something like this just to get it going. Yeah. Right. I do think that the right way to build this is everything on the inside. That means this is 1, 2, 3, 4. More bigger. I don't know. I'm thinking we'll get this will be coming from here. So you're going to be like, blah, 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 like that. So that's going to be one. And then there will be grabbing things from this belt. And then it will output towards the middle. That's pretty good. And then there's still room for power poles. So I'll have my middle belt out. I'll have my input belt. I'll have you going one further up. I think this is as compact as we can make it. Yeah, I think I need to have this here.
New subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
That I like. This I like. And this ciphers. Thank you for the prime. Welcome. All right, so now we need to really know how much. This is the absolute minimum space we have available. This is where it gets tough because I now need to, and this is all built at ratio. Yes, all is at ratio. So we can't skimp on any of this. Is that Wing June? Yes, it is. The late Wing June. He did. I'm thinking, can I get the one I've been using before is a filter here so that we can have both on the same belt. Like that. So I can both get inbound and outbound. Inbound and outbound. That's the least space intensive one. But it's getting a little bit problematic, as we can see. Because I need to get... That's copper coming in on the outside belt so that I can put it in here. Which means... could also do it like this. I'm not liking it. I'm not liking it, but let's see. This outbound belt, and then the bigger issue is how the hell do we do this? It can't be done. It needs more space. That's the best way we can do it is this one. And then obviously there's no more room here. Because then I can jump out. However, this is the most compact north-south version. But if we look at this and go like this, then we can also say there's plenty of additional room. So maybe I don't need to have the most compact horizontally, but it can be stretched out a little bit horizontally at the cost of, or if I can squish it side by side. So, what would that look like? What could be squished? Like the only thing I can think of is having the belts on the outside, but I think that takes way too much space. Let me just try it like this. And if I do that, and that, and that. Yeah, so that takes too much space. So outside is not good enough, and inside is not good. What about, like, what is the quantity actually being consumed? It's less than half a belt of each. So do I really need to get it in like this? Couldn't I squeeze it even more like this? And then say... blah, something here. It's actually annoying that there's this warning about lack of power. Yeah. Good. Now there's no power out warning. This is the outbound belt. So let me see. You're going to go. This is perfect. Okay. So now I'm going to say this is now grabbing and this is outputting. And then that's still there. Okay. Oh, I have an idea. Doesn't quite work. I was thinking if I could push it one in, then I could earn one space more by not having this. No, I'm gonna need it anyway. For yeah, I was thinking if I could do something like this, then I could take that one in here. But I'm still gonna need the power pole somewhere. So doesn't really get us anything. Getting to what I looked at in previous masterclass, yes. That's, well, the previous masterclass I had 2 lanes in. Now I'd actually really like it to go on in. If I kill all kinds of symmetry, then I can do it. Then I can do this. This is nicer, right? Just less. Something like this. I haven't decided if I'm allowed to build on the on the bus. I haven't decided yet. I'm a little uncertain because I think some places I have to, and some places I'm like, no, I'm not allowed to. I don't know. I don't know. Because this, I couldn't really do it any other way. And actually, I probably could, couldn't I? This takes the right hand side. Okay, so this is taking each side of the belt. So that's actually, it's working. There. Mm-hmm. You can always put a substation in the middle. Nope. I cannot put a substation because substations require red circuit. So how the hell am I going to put a red in here before I build the red circuit? So no. Why don't you just legendary something something? Like this is nice and compact. I'm wondering if there's another way to do this. Because it's 1 in, 2 out. That should work balance-wise. Each one here is just producing 3 per second, which is easily enough for 2 outserters to deal with. I lose a little bit of the parts here. What if we do this? And then it just in general becomes... That means this is going to be the place for power poles. Like that. Too many power poles now. That's a bit of a mess, but it could work. Oh, I have to remember this one. Oh, this is a true enemy. Yeah, see, that's the problem. I hate this. They have to be right next to each other. No! Oh, and you don't have anything either. And as soon as I go over here, then I get these two. There you go. So I'm going to get it power in from this side, which is probably better. Let's see. What if this one is not here? Then I don't get power on the lower one. Okay. And this one is not here. Then I'm missing this part. And that one. That's important. So I do need both of these. This is outbound. This is inbound. It looks weird. Delete splitter, replace with power pole. Yeah. And I suppose I understand what you're saying, because the point of this is that, yeah, sure, that means there's just going to be a little bit of copper all the way down. So what? That might actually be a nicer way of doing it. And then just accepting that, yep, you're going to be leaking something further down. Well, because this thing here in the middle, making them asymmetric, just feels so weird. Yeah. But do I then like that pattern? Yeah, I guess it's still going to have to be this pattern here. Ooh. Yeah, this is not great. Because that's not going to work all the way towards the end. It's not pretty. But it might work. Keep the splitter but move it one tile to the middle. Okay, that's also a really good idea. So if we do the splitter here, then we can do it there. And then I have room for power balls. That's a great idea. Now I just accepted the other thing, so. Is there a point of wasting resources on red belts before Assembly 3? No, but I think that I'm building with red belts at this point. I think I want to build the base with red belts, and then it's easier to sort of scale down. Yeah. That's probably better. But there's a little bit of lacking of lights, because the lights can only be out here. But I like this input. Do we think it works? Let's try it. Right, let's start with the copper. Goes in. Just checking. Okay, so it is, each side has its own. So as long as it comes balanced in, it goes balanced out. Perfect. Oops. I never even thought of the inconsistency. So I go in here, I click, and then I cancel. Okay, cancel. Cool. Then I go in here, select, and cancel. No, but then it was a confirm. This is a confirm button, while this is a cancel button. It does say cancel, and this one says close. So it is technically correct, but it's not. I understand it from a perspective of not having an extra button, but it feels weird to click here and then sometimes it's canceled. And I mean, for 8,500 hours, I've managed to survive. So I'm probably going to survive a little bit longer with that thing. But, you know, if you decided from now, then yeah. You can press Q in the loaders. Q? Oh, right. Yeah, you can press Q on anything. Okay. Yeah. And this one makes 3? 3. Yay. I forgot the filters. Yep. currently doing an achievement run in Factorio and just wanted to say thank you for your blueprints. They helped me so much. Thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing achievement run, then blueprints are coming in handy, especially for the lazy bastard part. Okay, so we actually designed a new red circuit, and at the end of the day, I really like it. I think it's nice, and it's completely compact and very dense. So the question now is, how many? Ah! Okay, 3. Where's the middle of this? Okay, so this is 3 from the bottom.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Like that. There we go. And Iris, Iris, thank you for the 3 months. Can you view my red chip design for this stage of the game? No, you can share it on Discord in the stream chat, and then I can take a look at it. But you know, like, it has to be better than this somehow. By some metric, it has to be better than this. And let's see, how much green circuit is this taking? It's taking 18 and then 18 here. And we're producing, how much was it? 28. So using 2/3 of it here, it's probably fine. 3.5. I'm not going to do it 3.5. I'm going to do it like this. Because I also need some something for, what's it called? It's called load into structures. What? No, this is for, yeah, there you go. It's not the first or the last time this happens. But you can't get 18 on half a belt, right? Nope, but I can get it on 3 half belts. Which I found on your Discord from 2 weeks ago. He fit 4 with some half belt shenanigans. I'm not sure where he's from, but it's quite elegant. With some half belt shenanigans. Okay. I mean, is it also not far away from being able to put it more? Yeah, I'm building these designs too slow because everyone is yeah. I love that. I love that it spurred on so much talk about 50 by 50 designs. Love it. Oh, there's so much on this. Oh, yeah, that's really nice solar design. That's a really nice solar design. Also, no rotational asymmetry. I don't know. This I really shouldn't be looking for. But could someone just find that stuff with the red circuit built so I can see it, so I don't have to look through it? Maybe it's green from there. Thank you. Okay, so what is this doing? How is it working? Yeah, okay. So this, the trick I think here is that it uses less output belts. But how does it use less output belts? So the copper is put in on one side of the belt. And then the other side of the belt. Okay, yeah, I guess you could do, if you look at this one here, like the sum of everything here is no more than 2 belts. So you could sort of say the coils here, there's going to be 12 coils plus the, so it's basically, the trick is to do coils plus red and green plus plastic. So that means there's only going to be 2 belts in and out instead of I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Because I'm kind of wasting space on this one. Yeah, I can see that. And 4 is also better than 3. Okay. I'll first do like a repeatable pattern here. And then later on, imagine how we're going to be plugging this one in. So what are we going to do? We're going to be, they have to output, let's say this is the green and plastic belt. So that has to just be input. The other belt is the, one side is copper coils and the other side has to be red circuits, which means I have to make this wider because it has to have some space to get in, which means I have to be outputting here. By outputting here, it has to be on the, that goes out on the opposite side. That means I have to do these ones for output on that belt. Yeah, that's pretty simple actually. And there's actually plenty of space. What am I missing here? Oh, I also need inputs here. This one, this one, this one, this one. Yeah, okay. So now that's getting a little bit more crowded. But it still looks very feasible with, yeah, it still looks very feasible, yeah. Yeah. Then what would I do for this one? It's always getting this idea of doing it. So I have to put, this has to now be on the lower side. So these have to be like that and like that. And then that will be the carryover here. And then where do we get the the inbound? Well, I do have a little bit of extra space. Like I have one. No, I also need now some. Okay. How do I get the last bits in? Right here, it's easy because that would just be yes and yes. But then what? This is the thing I don't really understand how to do. Stop it in the filtered splitter. Yeah, I suppose that might be an option of saying I get half a belt of copper in, which will both be the pickup and the delivery. I mean, pickup and unload location, so that we get pickup, 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 and then it just kind of kills it here by saying at this point you're only going to allow the coils moving forward like that, and then that would still work. No, it doesn't work, because this is outputting on the wrong side. It had to be like this. I mean, I guess that's actually working. Let's try it. I can't really figure it out, so let's see. Okay, so I only want copper on one side. The top side. Yes, not that one. Dude, that's not where I wanted it. Oh, right. It's full of junk. Okay, next is power poles. It's a little bit crowded here. Okay, so this actually does reach everything. Here. Here. Copper wire, red inserters can be replaced with blue. Copper wire, red inserters can be replaced with blue. Yeah, they can. That's true. Yeah. Actually, suddenly, like, a lot of extra space. repeatable. And then that. And from here, it will be kind of, this is kind of in the way. Because that would be like this. And then it's gonna leak. So I have to go out here. Right. Mirror it instead. Yes, good idea. I think it'll look better like this. No, like this is better. Yeah. No, missing some power back here. It's to be expected. Also place the last threaded circles. And yeah. Yeah. Let's try it. Hook up things here. That means this, oops, this one has to be, make sure that it's only on one side. Which side is that? Oh, the bottom side. Cool. Yes. That will then be the other side. Right? Yes. And then we are missing this one. No! No! It doesn't change anything. Good. Okay. Can you also hook up two of the cover belts such that you can pull from one belt on the bus? That's a good point. That's a good point. I don't think I have room for it because we're only one tile here. And actually I could, if it was the other way around, if I flipped this, flipped all of them, then I could do it with a, something like this. It would have to be like this. And then because they're sort of coming on the outside. But if I flipped it, if I rotated the inbound, just gonna try that, just for the hell of it, and then basically take this and move it up here instead. Take this one and move it in here, and then figure out how to get that working. Ah, of course. The problem now is that the other line is in the way. Okay, so that was good. No need to spend more time. It's not gonna work. That sucks. It was a nice design, but it was just not good enough. I like this design. I like this one, but this is better. It is. And now we kill. And we kill here. And this one. Like so. Won't splitters to underground work? Won't splitter? No. Because if I do this, then yes, it'll work. But when I do this, only one of them will work. So I'd have to go like that for it to be able to take both. And then that's just taking too much space. Okay, so let's see. What was it? This was the red and green, or the green and whatever. Green and plastic. And then it's the copper coming in for the second one. And that has to be on the bottom line. That's at least something. And then the reds come out here. No. And the next one. Again with that one. Nope. This is the other side though. So how do I do that? Like this. So that's taken out from belt number 2 and number 3. So at some point I need to also take from number 1 and number 2. Okay. That is... Yeah, don't forget my brake. Yes, we'll take my brake eventually. That one. Now it's the copper belt, which I now have to take from number 4 because that's the only one I have left. And you go out and go. There. So this bottom one, which will be fed first, will go down to our bus or our hub. Oh, and also science. And the other one will go up to other stuff. I could also be a little bit more consistent. That would be more consistent. It does take more space, but I don't think I need this because this is going to be where the blue one is, and blue is never going to go downwards here, so shouldn't be a problem. And then we just need the last one to inbound, which will be here. And then I have to take the first one. Ah, no. It's awful. But I'm kind of taking all the other ones. Could this have been done? Yes, it could. There we go. Two, 3, 1, 4. I know, I'm a little bit sort of religious with these kind of things that are not completely relevant, to say the least. Yeah. All right. Wrong way. It has a big issue with sightedness. Sightedness, that's the thing. Yeah. It definitely has problems with, yeah, which side it should go on. Simple. Don't know if I like it, but it's an option. Kill. All right, good progress today. It's 11 o'clock. Bottom one not working. No, it's not working. Okay, there's just a little bit too much of the wrong stuff that was coming through. It's going to be a patron on the website. They will be for patron designs in the upcoming weeks. But also, if you don't want to wait until the masterclass comes out, then you can also, if you're a patron, just download the save game and you can snatch all these beautiful designs. And it's kind of one of the things that I've decided. I'll be talking, after the break, I'll be talking about why I'm doing that now, whether that's, because that's different from last time. So, I'll take a a save. So let's look at this thing here, and we'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, we're back. Thank you. All right. So, this approach to hack it to my taste. We should find a separate place to balance the lanes. Why? Why? Why do you? I don't know what that abbreviation means. Is going to Exam without MK2 armor and bot speed upgrades worth it? Yes, because you get it much quicker at Volcanus. I think so. I know I haven't tried it, but sort of theory crafting, I think that makes sense. Okay, I can definitely agree that this. What do you think? Right. Okay. Will this exact save be uploaded? Yes. At the end of the stream, if someone reminds me, then I will update the save to the Patreon save files. Right. So let me just talk a little bit about why I've decided to do it this way. Over the years, many things have happened, and for the people who've been around the 70 plus or even the 60 plus live subscribers will know this, that I've had a lot of Factorio series. Like this would probably be like season 60 or something. Yes, of content created series. And many of them were focused on bombs and biters and that kind of sort of built-in monetization. I'm not really feeling that right now. And I love the way that hype trains work right now, so that it becomes like, hey, bonus hour, awesome, and maybe like a little ship design you can also get, but mainly it's like, hey, bonus hour, because it's something that the community can sort of collaborate on, and it'll be sort of you guys will hype each other up to say, hey, let's get it, let's work together to hit this and get an extra hour. I love that. It's positive. It's reinforcing. It's good, and it works for all games. So cool, but it doesn't drive as much monetization as it does with Bombs and Biters. Bombs and Biters has always been like completely crazy and that kind of thing. And then I just kind of want to move a little bit away from this. And therefore, if I move away from it, I have to do something else. And for the longest time, I've been just really appreciating the patron support, because that is the most stable income. When people pledge on Patreon, it's generally moving like 10% from month to month, while Twitch is moving a factor 200 from month to month. So, like, if we say index 100, then some months it can be 100, next month it can be 50, and next month again it can be 200 or 300 even. It's completely all over the place, and it really dictates on what I am doing. While Patreon is way more consistent, sure, if I don't do anything that is sort of moving forward, then it drops by maybe 10% or something. And then if I do something like masterclasses, then it increases. And it's much more stable for me. And therefore, I want to rely more on Patreon and less on hype, less on donations and generating hype inside the game, because I think it's more healthy for me, and it's also just, it puts a lot less pressure on the immediacy of every stream. I sort of have to do something. Now I can just be like, yeah, whatever. I streamed and there were 10 subs. Fine. It bothers me a lot less now because I rely less on Patreon and more, no, less on Twitch and more on Patreon. Similarly, I'm less desperate about finding something on YouTube, because I'd rather have one good video a week with Factorio Masterclass than I'm sort of having to force to throw a lot of videos out just to generate some ad revenue. And I feel that's much more comfortable. So in order for sort of feeling more comfortable with the way that I run this channel, I want to focus more on Patreon. So if I want to focus more on Patreon, I need to motivate people to pledge on Patreon and reward the people who pledge on Patreon. What better way to do that? I could do like a advanced showing of videos, which is a nightmare to maintain, and it kind of is weird. But what is easiest to do is like save games and blueprints. And I know that you can probably find my blueprints somewhere else, or if you go through my Discord channel, you can also find other designs that people have done, take my designs and just improve them and make them even better. Or as you can see here, if we take some inspiration from something that's done in the Discord and I collect it and I put it together and I fit it in so that it fits with how I like the designs. And just those kind of things together means that you're not really missing out on a whole lot if you don't pledge on Patreon. But I want to make sure that there's a convenience, there's an ease, there's a thank you to the people who pledge on Patreon. And it's the $5 pledge that is for that. So that's why I do this, and I think it makes sense. For me, it makes sense, and for me, I can feel that it's becoming much less stressful to stream. Not that I've ever been stressful, but there has been like a pressure to sort of, because Twitch was so fluctuating and it was the majority of my income, it was such a big difference between a good and a bad month when I did my overall, because I could sort of see exactly when the big games came out, because there were lots of hype on Twitch, and then when there were no hype on Twitch, then there was just basically nothing. Now it's much more reliable and more consistent, and therefore I can stream what I want much more and less be sort of driven to sort of create the hype. So the sidiness of this design really irks me. So easy to mess it up. Yes, I understand. So that's why I'm doing it this way. Back to the design. So yes, but you're welcome to, by all means. Now I just did my pitch of why I do it this way. If you have an opinion about it, now is a good time to share that opinion, because it's the topic of conversation. And I know that most people who don't like things, they're not going to be voicing opinions. They are just going to be quietly leaving. But if you're like, oh, that's a total sellout, then now is your time to say it. And then I'll see if there are some good points, then I'll address them. So I feel like the time it takes to get trained mining outpost up and a base that can pump out space materials and has a wall defense. Takes so long that you may as well get another science rolling, potentially. I love your theory and mindset behind the new 50. It's thinking outside the box. Well, technically it's thinking literally inside the box. A 50 by 50 box. Slaving reports on the block intersections combine this build with the packed into corners of the city block. Makes it too tight to drive your car around. The reports, yes, absolutely. But I've also just considered that the car phase is so short that it doesn't really matter anymore. So I currently can't afford it, but I think it's still a good solution you have there. Yeah, I understand it, and I'm an adult. I make my own money, and therefore I can spend it. I have disposable income. I also know that some people live in a place where they can't. They have a principle about doing these kind of things. They are under strict management by their spouse or their parents or whatever. There's a million reasons why you don't have a credit card or something that makes it not viable. Totally okay. I'm pretty sure you can find really good blueprints. Plus, I mean, I'm sitting here. You can watch the stream again, and you can just build the same thing. I built it here on stream, so you can build it as well. So. Force people to watch the vid and learn instead of just dumping something down. Only thing I'd like to see everything, for example, you never showed the circuit setup for the nuclear reactor on improvement. Yes, correct. That was because in the first, this one here, this was about city blocks. And it's also something the moderators have pointed out to me. I just wanted stuff here. I wanted to show some examples. And then I made like a smelting, which we've updated, a steam power that we're not using, some overlay of this that we're kind of using, some solar panel that can be done better, some rail segments that are working. And then I tried making this and then I couldn't really fit it in. And then Jeff just spent, I don't know how much time, but sort of found a way to get it all in. Super nice. And it's even somewhat symmetrical or pretty symmetrical. And I was like, awesome, let me put that one in. Like there's really little in terms here. The only thing that's here is that it says it monitors the temperature. And if the temperature is lower than something, then it puts something in. But I just wanted some kind of showcase. If the only thing I could do was this, and this, it wouldn't be a good video because I'm like, yeah, okay, I can see it, but what would it look like? And therefore I sort of had to come up with some simple examples of, hey, you can have this, or you can have this. And that's why I did like that. I wish you would play Microtopia as well. You do some videos. Thank you. I think that Microtopia, it's almost really good. And I really wish Microtopia was an early access release, because if it was an early access release, I would be like, this is great. But it's not an early access release. It's a full release. And this is actually one of those cases where I'm like, I would rather have it as an early access release, because if this was like, here's our first version, we expect over the next 1.5 years to improve based on feedback and make it more awesome. And then there would be like 6 months later, there would be like a new update with new something, new gates, new rebalancing, new technologies, new stuff. And then it would be like, awesome, let's try it again. But it's not. It's like a finished game, and there'll be like small updates here and there, I think. But if there were big updates, if this was 60% of the game, I would be really happy. But it's probably 95% of the game. And then I'm like, well, it's not quite there to be super happy about. And I think that's a shame. It's an early access game in full release cloth. Yes. I love the masterclass videos. It's like old school Nilos. Thank you. Whatever that means. If I subscribe to your Patreon, do I get early access to your new masterclass videos? No. because the new masterclass video that comes up tomorrow isn't even there yet. If you want early access to my upcoming masterclass videos, that's watching the streams like this, because this is what you see here is the next couple of episodes. So, okay, I'm not a patient, so I'm not sure if my opinion really matters. Oh, it very much matters. But the only downside I see to the current system is that if you have the ability to, I don't mind subbing for a single month on Twitch, but on Patreon, I kind of feel bad for contributing for a month and then not for the next month. It feels like more of a long-term thing. Ideally, someone would do both, but then it's no, not someone wouldn't do both. But it's a really valid point. I think that it's your point as a non-patron is actually more valuable, not more, but it's at least as valuable because you've made a decision. No, I'm not going to, or I'm not because, and then I'd like to know why. You should not feel sorry about pledging for it, basically pledging for $5, downloading all the blueprints, and then canceling. Lots of people do that. I'm basically. This is also why I no longer have the notifications for patrons joining, because there were so many patrons that joined just to download blueprints and then cancel. And I was like, oh, thank you, new patron. Oh my God. Oh, it's already canceled. Oh, never mind. Then I felt that was a little bit stupid. So that's why I don't have the notifications on patrons anymore. So, so that's because a lot of people are simply pledging, downloading, canceling. Yeah, and that's just how it is. This is why I changed it so that the month you pledge, you pay for that month, because previously it was like you can join and then you'll be charged on the first of the month. So if you joined, downloaded, left, then you'd never be charged. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Which of course means that if you're pledging on the 29th of the month, then you're not going to get as much benefit because you'll be charging on the first. But overall, it feels better. And then I'll just be like, fine, it was just someone paying $5 for blueprints. Fine, that's perfectly fine by me. So, notification for 1 year patrons. I can't do that. I mean, it doesn't work very well. And even if I wanted to work, it was just really unstable, and then it just fell apart. And then I haven't bothered to fix it because it was like, okay, I didn't even want it to there. So if it was like I could do something for specifically higher tiers, then absolutely I would do that. I would absolutely do it if it was like Templars or Masters. Absolutely want to do that. So the sushi belt here is an attempt at a sushi hub. Didn't quite pan out. But Mark Young is working on a better design, which you can find in Discord, I'm sure. I hope. The red circuit, okay, that's a one-line red circuit. Interesting. I did feel sorry to Pleasant for downgrading it immediately, so I kept pledging and downgraded only at the end of the DSP series. Again, don't do that, because think of it in a different way. If you pledge 1 month for $100 donation, that's 20 normal subs. Like, sure, you could have pledged $5 for 20 months, but you chose to put it all in 1 month. It's don't feel bad about it. by no means feel bad about it. It is designed the way it is, and I really appreciate it whenever someone pledges, and I do check it regularly. So yeah. There's been a lot of criticism lately about games staying for years in early access, with some games never getting a full release or a gold release. I don't know. Perhaps the devs of Microsoft wanted to avoid that. Sure, it could be. I think that it's also that you also have to acknowledge that the community has been accustomed to early access releases, and early access releases, I think they work really well when done with indie companies. Indie development should release in early access. I think that's the best way, because they need to adapt and adjust and find the feedback and simply pivot towards their product market fit. But Assassin's Creed should not release in early access. Definitely not. That's a full release. They charge a lot of money for it. It damn well better work on day one. Like, I think that the distinction here is that when is it reasonable to use early access? If it early access becomes like a money grabbing scheme from a AAA company, fuck off. If this becomes like a way to interact with the community and sort of having the ability to do several hypes, there might be like a Kickstarter, there might be an early access on Steam, and then there's going to be 1.0 release on Steam. That's good checkpoints where you can generate hype. Absolutely want to support that. Best example of early access is Darkest Dungeon. Yes, the first Darkest Dungeon 1, yes. But it's also like the horror story of early access, because if you know that, then you also remember the disgusting hate there was from the entire community, or most of the community, a very loud portion of the community, when they added corpses. And now corpses are the most natural thing, but it completely destroyed the gameplay, because the gameplay was sort of, it was just basically like kill the front row, and then everything sort of pushes forward, and then they stop working because they are now constrained to stuff they could only do in the back row. And it just meant like the whole game was just, it was becoming one dimensional, and they had to do some change. So they introduced corpses, and people hated it because it all their super strats stopped working from one day to the next. But now, many years later, it makes perfect sense, and it's such a good idea, and it's now integrated in all sorts of ways. So yeah, but they made it a really good game because they were listening and they were doing even the unpopular things. I also think that um what's that game that I don't like, underwater? That's a really good game, but I just don't like it. That's a really good example of a good early access. Subnautica, yes, Subnautica. It's a really good game because that was also like they found out that people saw it more of a as a horror game than Dave the Diver. Close though. um, it was the way that their early access evolved was also like a good example of how it works. Have you played Black Reliquary? The community made DLC. No, I haven't. I don't want to play mods for those kind of games. Work well with Baldur's Gate 3 has allowed them to gain some early funds at the same time as lots of feedback. It works fine. Yeah, some early funds like that's no, nope, nope, nope. I don't buy that. Nope. Mm-mm-mm. If you are running a giant studio like Baldur's Gate is a giant studio running it, then that's part of what you manage. You manage it, you have a publisher, you have a company, you can take loans, you can do all sorts of things that two guys in a basement can't do. They have to do an early access release to get some money in. But a big company, that's just the finance department running their show, and they're going like, hey, let's optimize the cash flow. PG4 was not made by a big company. It was not. Mm-hmm. Factorio for Factorio, no interest. Larian only had a handful of niche games before that. I think that's kind of what's it called with The Witcher and Cyberpunk is also like, is that a big studio? Is it not? It wasn't, but then it became, and I don't know. So it's certainly a big difference between everyone was hyped about Baldur's Gate 3 because they was built on successes of the predecessors, while Frostpunk was not a company that was known before. Satisfactory, no one had heard of a goat simulator before. Yeah, CD Projekt Red, yes. Darren has 400 500 employees, but self-publishes. Yeah, okay, maybe that's now. But if you have a company that's 400 500, then maybe you need the money because you haven't managed your cash flow properly. But I don't think the argument is there. I think the argument is there for a game like Factorio, for Satisfactory, for Frostpunk, for Darkest Dungeon, those kind of games that sort of have become good because they are able to release, and then they find their audience and they find their niche, and then they sort of optimize that. Super amazing. Dreadless, thank you for the prime.
New subscriber arrives.
Satisfactory is AAA owned. It was bought by that Russian shell company, right? At some point. Coffee Stain Studio was merged with something else that somewhere tracing back to some oligarch. But I mean, everything traces back to an oligarch these days, right? Frostpunk isn't a good game. Frostpunk is an amazing game. I think you are confusing with Frostpunk 2 is not a good game. Frostpunk 1 is a very good game. It's not a game that I like, but it certainly is a good game. I did like it a little bit, but I think it's really weird position to say that it's not a good game. You can say that you don't enjoy it, but not a good game. At what size is a dev team for games considered big? 50? I don't know. Factorio, VOOP is not a big company, but I don't know. They have like 35, but they are self-publishing, and yeah. Was also in early access for forever, but that was okay. That's a lot fully playable, enjoyable game for most of it. Yes, I think Satisfactory is probably the best case scenario for early access. Like the way that they built the hype, and the way that the game was perfectly playable and very enjoyable in the beginning, and then you played it, and then you just kind of ran out of things to do, and you were like, I want more. When is there more coming? It's so awesome. And you start sort of putting more time into it, but there isn't more content, and you just and that is the perfect case, in my opinion. Like having a really good game, but it might be a little bit too small. That is the ideal case for an early access launch. Like you just want more, but it works. Like when you get this, and this is the thing where I feel that Microtopia kind of failed on this, because Microtopia was such a big game, but I never got to see it. I would much rather have a much smaller tech tree, much less features, but more playtesting and more balancing, and more sort of streamlined experience of playing the game. And therefore, I feel that they put a lot of effort that I will never get to see, and you will never get to see, and that's wasted. That's waste. Embracer, yes. Embracer, yes. It was Embracer, yes. Will you look at a playthrough with all the other main mod planets? Nope. Is Embracer bad? It's Russian owned. So take that as your way. What's next to build? Yes, that's actually what we should. I think the next thing we want to build is this one, which should be. Right, what would be the next thing? That would be Robot Rush. And it would be, now just kind of imagining the stuff that we want in a location here. And then I think also batteries. Oh yeah, that's not in this. That's in. Right, like this. Are you going to hook up the hub? I'll do that when I'm finished with it. I'm gonna make it in for the video tomorrow, so I need to go through it a lot more. So. Are the blueprints for what you've built here, but haven't released a video available to your patron? Nope. I don't make blueprints that are not ready. I release the blueprint packages together with the videos, but if you want the designs as a patron, you can download the save game and then just grab them. Because I kind of want to, then otherwise I start sort of having partially released blueprints of these, and people find errors in them, and I'd like to sort of go over them, check them, make them maybe a first version, second version, maybe a, like for example the oil, we want a version that is stripped down without any without the advanced oil processing, and then another one that we can stamp on top of it that will then add the advanced oil processing. And that just takes a little bit of time to get that done, and that's not something I want to do after each save. So you can grab the partial builds from the save game if you like. That's kind of how I'm thinking. Okay. They need to pass user acceptance testing first. Yeah, and they need to pass some kind of testing. They are right now we're doing unit testing, and we are also doing integration testing. But the user acceptance test is when you have a blueprint, you stamp it down, you hook it up, you see it works, you stamp down the upgrade, you see it works, then you're gonna be like, yes, that's the user acceptance test. Can you straighten the stone brick belt when they go up by moving the heat pipe exchanger chest to the right? Let's see that. Speaking of the hub, can you straighten the stone brick concrete? That's this one. Going up by doing what? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That one would be here. And then it's still 5 tiles, so this one has to go out as well. Which means you... Damn, that sucks. Yeah? Yes, I can. Thank you. Good idea. Good suggestion. Definitely like a 1% improvement. But it looks better. Less squiggly. You can also move the other one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, I can. Lovely. There we go. Nice. Ah, another 1% improvement. Keep coming. You have to drag yourself to bed. Too bad. Now just redo the video in the hub. This is why I do it in the last second. Like, if I don't know, 7, 8 years of university studies has done anything to me, is that it has taught me don't do things until the very last second. Because yeah, I've and for you younglings among us who are still students, then let me give you the advice that I've adhered to all through my studies, and I guarantee you this is my advice. This is not something I read from the motivational poster. The sooner you fall behind, the more time you have to catch up. So when you start a new semester, you just skip the first class, because then you're falling behind already from the beginning, and that means you have the entire semester to catch up. It's so much better. Like, if you fall behind like right before the exam, you just don't have time to catch up. So start by falling behind early in the semester. You can thank me later. How to not procrastinate? How do you deal with it? Panic is a motivator. Yeah. I don't know. It's amazing analysis as always. Thank you. It's actually what I learned from university is don't think you are going to do the job you're studying for. Oh, absolutely. That's also very true. What? Nuclear reactor? in hub also. Oh yeah, it needs an input. Yes, thank you. Perfect. Are you still up, Moon? Are you still awake? I feel that we've been really productive today. We built that one and we built that one. That's super productive for a single evening. I have a fully working grid base with logistics trains in vanilla without logic. Just properly set interrupts if you're interested. Not really. I think that's amazing and cool. I don't know what I would do with it. I'm not really into doing base reviews anymore. So let's see. What do we need this for? We need it for laser turrets. We need it for just a little bit of that, and then we need it here. And we did that. Okay, so this is definitely where we want to build batteries. Yeah. Okay, so I think it has to be this way. So it goes solar panels because they need to be first. I think we can also build more in here. So I think before we do anything more, I think we have to just kind of think about what are the other things we still have to do in the space. We need a rocket silo at some point. There we go. Don't know if this is here. We need low density structures. We need this one. And we need blue circuits. Right. Blue circuits are definitely going to be here. And so are the low density structures. I actually think that these three things are going to be over here. In this tile. That might be squeezed. Oh, there's one more thing that's super important. And that is this one. Which I think is now going to be over here. Because that's kind of closer. And then I need like the something hub. Like for all these things here. And then we need electric engines as well, I think, because they need to be output for base platform starter pack. And like all these things have to be built. I've got starter pack. No, I got it. Are you going to build a space platform base factory? Yes. Well, I mean, yes, it'll have to be built somewhere. So aside from this, what else do we need? Modules? Yeah, but I can only make tier 1 modules until I get to space. And do I really want to build that here? Because it's kind of intensive on... I think this is just something I want to build on Volcanos, I think. I think we'll make do with tier 1 modules here. Oh, concrete. Reinforced concrete, yes. See, I have concrete down here, and I was kind of thinking, could I elaborate this into making it into reinforced concrete? What is it this is used for? Nothing. It's not used for anything here. No. We don't need it here. There's nothing I need it for on this planet except for sort of running faster. Coverx is something I think I'll do. Yeah, maybe. I don't build reinforced on novice onto biolabs. Yeah, I think that makes sense. The Coverx build is the thing is Coverx build is purple science, and we don't have purple science. This is only the stuff we need to build before. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to save here, and I'm just going to load the other save and just see what I actually have in my base. Because that's kind of the easiest. If no modules, then you need to build ships without them as well. That's true. That's true. But it is true. I don't have modules. I don't have any module build. So I think I do need some kind of module build. Hello, old base. Yeah, this kind of thing I'm gonna need. And then some launch area. Some here, here. LTS. Blue. I think we're... This is the stuff, right? Because tank ammo is really good, again, on Volcanus. So a tank plus tank ammo might be something. The piercing, the normal ammo, the cannon shells, yeah. Like the cannon shells are really good. Do you scale up modules before or after full gore attack? After. We want to get the... Doing anything except basic stuff with full gore, without the electromagnetic planes doesn't make sense. So I think we need to think about how are we going to kill the the worms on Volcanus. Discharge defense? Turrets? It's either turrets and red ammo. We don't have red ammo, by the way. And alternatively, it is tanks and tank shells. Because I thought that was really efficient. Poison capsules near silo. Only 70. Wow. Yeah, red ammo is easy to make on volcanoes, yes. That they use these poison barrels or something. Nice. Do the fender bots? No. I think there are only 3 options that we need to explore. There's the turrets with red ammo. There's no, rocket turrets not gonna work, so that doesn't matter. So that's in with potentially some landmines as well. And the other one is the tank, and I think the tank is the better one because you don't need. Here's the argument. In order for the turrets to be a really good solution, you actually have to have a lot of personal robots, so you can stamp everything down, and the robots go, and then it's built. That's not gonna be how we're gonna be set up because we don't have a good roboport setup. So we're gonna be having to do this with tank and cannon shells. So that means we actually should explore the idea of building some cannon shells, and yeah. Cannon shells. That's it. But it's tricky. Yeah, I don't want something that's tricky. Hello, Mirage. Good evening. So how big do we want to make this part here? 5 seems like a good number. They take 10 seconds. I think this can be deceptive. Like, I don't think... Is 10 a good number for this? This wouldn't be green. That's basically it, right? Then we just need some power poles here. Yeah, that's... And then light, light. Something like this. That's pretty basic. Oops. Yeah. Yeah. And then the only thing that's remaining is the usual stuff out here, the laser turret. Because this laser turret just, it's so much better to build here. We got that one, we got that one, and we got that one. So just go like this. Steel, batteries, and green circuits. And then in a box. I think the old base had 10 as well. I think that it's just that the old base was, it didn't look like much because the city block was twice as big. It's just that it looks like more here because it looks like that. So I think that's how it is. And then we're going to have batteries. I don't need a lot of batteries. That is 4 per second. And how many? 10. 10. Wow, that was the most useless hype train. See? Good thing we have patrons to rely on. That means we're only going to make 3 batteries per second. Is that a problem? 3 batteries per second is 1.5 robot per second. This is using... Oof. Yeah, okay, we need a lot more batteries. Okay, so we need 2 rows of batteries then. Yeah. And then the robot rush we have to figure out how to do. It seems like a really lot of this. 6 per second, which is enough for that, plus that. Might also be too much, but maybe that doesn't matter since it's like in and out.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome
Hey,
home.
Mirage, thank you. Okay. I'm thinking whether we can do something clever. Because I'd like to not use so much space for this. So I'm going to get 1 inbound here with copper and iron, and 1 outbound with batteries. And maybe it's the other way around, but whatever. And then the question is, could I then also have this inside the same space? Ooh, Shen, thank you for the 5 gift subs. We just missed the hype train. But hey, thank you. Yeah, no, we don't have ins and outs. Two out of 5 events. Yeah, it's not. We just had a hype train and it failed. So this is gonna be yeah. We had that before where it was a hype train and then it just kind of disappeared into nothingness, and then yeah, it seems like it's broken. So whenever the hype train just pops up, that's the time to activate, because otherwise it's just gonna be, not gonna say wasted, but I wouldn't trust it otherwise. It sucks. Okay, yeah, I can't do this, unfortunately. Do you have enough sulfur to support this? No. $120. We have 100. So, almost. Okay, well, if I do this, then I can then it's actually better to do the the old school design like this, with gaps in the middle. Because I'm not going to use the rest of this bus or this place for anything else. And then I can actually do. Maybe I'm making things more complicated than they have to be. because this is, yes, this is a good design, but it's a pain in the ass to build when you don't have robots. And I don't have robots by the time I build this, so I have to build this myself. And what does it do? It just saves a little bit of time, or a little bit of space. Well, let's do this, and then maybe we don't need it. No, that's the wrong one. This. Good. So this one, I can put that. Put it here. So that was the easy part. Can you sulfur for blues as well? Yeah, sulfur is coming in here. I'm not building it at ratio because plastic is not going to run all the time. Yeah, there's a lot of things that this won't run all the time. It was not plastic. It was batteries won't run all the time. So it's just like I don't need to have everything. I can allow everything to be a little bit overscaled because it'll build a reserve, and then suddenly I stamp down a new blueprint for solar panels, and then there'll be a blitz, and then they start producing. Then they are allowed to sort of overconsume because there will be like a stockpile of everything else built. That's the idea. Vertical flip the battery maker so it feeds the battery's input better. But it's also going to go up here to that part. Let's look at this one. This is two of the... let's see. Yeah. Two of these go from one electric engine. It goes from one normal engine. So can we do some kind of design like this? Yes, we can, because that's kind of the idea of the red circuits, or the yellow science, sorry. Okay, this needs steel, and this needs steel, yes? So we're gonna have steel in this belt. This needs green, and this needs green. So we're gonna have green on this belt. Green, 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 and steel. So what are we missing? We're missing the gears and pipes, and we're missing that. Yeah. And we're missing the batteries. Okay. So the batteries here, which will be in and out and out and in, for example. That. And then it gets lubricant in, it gets this one inbound. And it's a pretty neat little module, I think. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So steel and green. I'm just kind of thinking, is this it? And then it needs to go. Actually, Because what it happens is that it ends over here. Doesn't start on steel. No, that's true, but it will be powered by the next one. It's a repeatable pattern, so it'll be powered here. There we go. 2. So with a build like this, could I make it closer? No, I can't make it less than 7 tiles. And that, I think this will also be it. Maybe I could do something like this. And then flip all the belts. Because that makes it. And then flip it this way. No, flip it this way. Something like this. That's gears, and then that's pipes. In, out, out. And then that's iron coming in. Okay, that's silly when I can just do this. And then let's just try. And yeah. Let's see, this was that and that. Up here, I only need 1. And that's the batteries. Oh, batteries should actually be... Okay, this definitely needs to be turned off or turned in a different way. And then over here, I'll have... some kind of build. Where we make one kind of robot and the other kind of robots. And then figure out what we do with them. Bonus minute. Yes, bonus 2 minutes. I just wanted, we sort of build a little bit design here, so let's just get it off the ground and see if it does something. Yeah, so not a problem. Everything, it's a pretty simple build, and I think that if we take these 3 things and put into a single block, then it's going to be a nice, convenient block that isn't overfilled. Not everything has to be overfilled, but it's going to be compact. We're going to need to do something a little bit more clever with this part. I'm pretty sure this is better, because then yeah. What happened to that one? Did that just disappear? Oh. Don't know. Somehow we're going to need to do something about this so that they can be put into a storage and into a roboport when we have that. And then we basically have all the things we need. Then we can continue next time on Sunday with that design and that design. And then we're actually going to have a really nice little base here. Really nice. And then these will be solar panels. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. And then boop, boop, boop. Maybe not these, because they might be train lines. Whatever. Depends. So that's going to be it. I will take this save. This save you see here. If you are a patron supporter, you can grab that on the... I'm just going to put it up now so that we are sure that it's going to be there. Yeah, so that is available for anyone who is interested in grabbing some of these designs. It's MC03.10. Yes, Masterclass 3, number 10. Sweet. And is now available. Thank you very much for watching. I will see you guys on Sunday for more Factorio. Good night, everyone. Take care and stay effective. Have a great weekend until we see each other again. Good night.